Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Hope you're having a great day. Happy Sunday. Almost the end of the weekend here. So play some more of the Iberia stuff, the challenge. Gotta get that extra stuff, And then, might run into some other stuff too. We'll see. But my kind of idea is to go for the Iberia stuff anyway, right? So the poll for you guys. And that up. That up. There we go. I'm done moving stuff up. Get in the game here. Find some cargo. I'm gonna turn the radio on. Nightmare featuring barbecue sauce. Oh, barba sauce. Sorry. Alright, here we go. Hope you like barba sauce. We're going to do more external contracts. And we want to stay within this Iberia DLC. I think the mostly places that have smaller dots, because I think that means the bigger dots means we've discovered them. Been to Talon yet? Oh, wait, that's way over there. What about this one? All right. Porto I've been to. I think it has to be unique cities for the challenge. Some of these get pretty far away, eh? That one. Badajoz. That one's a smaller dot. Let's try that one. Used car batteries. I mean, that sounds pretty awesome, too. We got a good truck for heavies. Well, let's do it. Alright, guys. You ready? Ready for some used car batteries? We gotta go somewhere, right? Get moving. Trailer's ready. What the heck? They put the trailer 71 kilometers away? Well, crap, eh? We see a garage on the way, I guess. Alright. Over here. We gotta cruise. We gotta repair our tires at some point. So if I come within reach of a garage, I will repair my tires. Well, it actually just represents in general. It's not necessarily just tires. But you know how it is. I look at the tires and I think, well, that's my tires, man. But really it's not. It's just everything in general. Alright, let's get there. We gotta get there in 69 kilometers. We're gonna do it. Get that Iberia plush toy that I may or may not use. The paint job I won't use because, you know, it's not red and white with a maple leaf on it, and it's not a hockey player. We gotta beat this truck out. There, we did it. I think I didn't have a trailer, eh? Oh crap, I forgot to check my sound. Do I sound okay? Hopefully I do. Let's check that real super quick. there's no sound on the thing while I check that because how it works, you know. But we'll just make sure in case you want to hear something. We'll just make sure. Sounds like my voice works at least. All right, we know that works. Flip back, and we're back in effect here. 50 kilometers. Go get the load. We gotta go through a toll booth coming up. I got full rules on, by the way, in case you're wondering why I stop at all the lights and slow down and go the speed limit and all that good stuff. Because, you know, we don't want to spend a bunch of extra money if we don't have to. Oh crap, damage 11, now I need to go to the garage for sure. Must have nicked something there, eh? Anyway, my normal time is at 7 o'clock. I'm a little bit early today. Bonus, if you happen to be here. You know, good time to be had. An extra delivery in there, you know. You know it. Open up my Coca-Cola. I'm not drinking a bunch of caffeine too close to bed. Alright, watch this. I'll drink Coca-Cola at the same time I'm turning. And that was a very successful Coke drinking. Sassy's raid! Holy camoly! Hey Sassy, how are you? Thank you for raiding. I don't have any raid music, you know, I'm not cool that way, but thank you so much for being here. Comment sent before I was done. Oh, there's Sassy Smash raid. And Alan is in the house. Sassy Smash raid too. How are you enjoying the Iberia, Sassy? Are you liking it? I've been doing the challenge, the Iberia challenge to get the plushie toy or whatever it was. So it's the first time I've actually done external contracts. Thank you for using the Notify, Alan. Much appreciated. The you know, though, if you look at the deserty area, like the kind of the deserty look, that's how ground looks around where I live in British Columbia. Like I live in kind of a central spot where it's a little deserty, and it reminds me a lot of home here. The buildings are different, you know. We don't have no Spanish buildings, but the look of the ground is a lot the same, you know. You're burnt out on American truck. You know, one thing I find weird about American truck, now it just might be a setting or something, but because of the line going across you know, like say the power lines like this, I'm pointing there, not on the screen. The power lines going across, I find the American truck there a little flickery for some reason. Maybe it's because I got the scaling different or something. I'm not sure. Thank you for liking, by the way, Carrie. Thank you for liking, Sassy, and Alan for that follow and like. Much appreciated. Bob Smith, thank you. And Millie, thank you for liking. I missed some here actually. In the wrong spot. Let's see. Millie for the follow as well. Smith for the like as well too. Much appreciated. Oh crap, I'm still rolling, man. I'm rolling. Back here. Tabbed out and then I rolled right into the sign. Oopsie. No big deal. We need to go for repairs anyway. Yeah, I'm way higher level on Euro Truck than I am American Truck actually. I for some reason just been playing it really steady. You know, I tried it out and I enjoyed it, so I was keeping going on it. And I got my own little empire of truckers helping me, or not truckers helping me, but working for me with the garages. Although I was a little bit disappointed. I'm not that far yet, but I was disappointed because I looked up. If you could get every garage and make it as big as possible, there's not enough truckers available, NPC truckers, to fill every garage. So you actually have to be, you know, you have to be selective of how many you put in there. Hope that's not a spoiler for anybody out there, but. So this is an external contract because on this challenge you have to do external contracts, and that's why I started doing external contracts. To be honest, I didn't even know what an external contract was, but I had to hook up the World of Trucks for it, but I don't think there's actual people. Oh look, this one's a double trailer. Alright. That means we gotta go wide. Look at my sweet truck. I'll show you my paint job. Or maybe I won't. Oh, there's gotta be somewhere I can look at it. There we go. Look at that. He's got a hockey player on the side. This is that 730 horsepower Scania. That's pretty cool. If you're wondering about the music too, it's just the Facebook music collection. They got the songs. Just download them and away you go. Although for American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator, you have to actually convert them from WAV to MP3. So once I figured that out, I got her done. Alright, so we're okay for sleepiness. Could use a garage. One thing I find with this DLC though, the Iberia DLC, is that these towns are honking big compared to the older ones, man, because like it feels like you're just driving by for Paris, for example. Oh crap. Oh good. But for you know, like these towns in here in Spain, you know, it feels like you're in town for a long time compared. You got to work your way out. So I noticed that's a big difference too. But yeah, I like the Iberia, kind of a fun little area because it reminds me of home here. For all reasons. Plus, it's cool. There's spray paint on all the walls everywhere. There's no spray paint on the walls here, but you know, I might discover a Banksy. I mean, you know, hopefully, it'd be cool. They should get Banksy to do a little surprise non-fungible token inside the game or something. That'd be cool. Don't know. For those of you that don't know who Banksy is, Banksy is a graffiti artist. Apparently, if Banksy picks your wall, you are set because you get value added right away, man. Everybody loves the Banksies. One time for a prank, Banksy even gave a painting to auction. Nobody knows who Banksy really is. There's a documentary on Netflix, I think, though. Nobody knows who Banksy totally is, but they did an auction. Like, they brought an auction in, and I guess once the auction started or something like that, you know, don't take me like fact for fact here. You probably want to look it up before you start quoting things, you know. But as far as it goes, what happened during this auction is right in the middle of it or something like that. There's something triggered and it started like it was hooked to a shredder and it started shredding the art. And you know, they scrambled and people almost think that because of that stunt that even made it more valuable because it's half shredded just because it was like a unique thing. But in case you're wondering, you know, that's kind of dude Banksy is, you know, a little bit of a practical joker there, I guess. Good morning, Got. How are you? I'm a little bit early, but you know, I couldn't wait to get going and drive around Iberia some more. Got the Coca-Cola, but I gotta drink it sooner than later, so I'm not capped up half the night with caffeine, you know. They taste the rainbow. Oh, wait, that's not Coke. I don't remember Coke's slogan. I can't remember Coca-Cola or something like that at one point, but I think you know, some of the people, some of the politics people are saying to boycott Coke right now. But you know, I like Coke. I don't care. I will drink it anyway. Boycotts are dumb. You like my shirt? Well, thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for liking. Much appreciated. I started a bit early. Chris's day off usually today. You prefer Coke than Pepsi? Well, there you go. I like Pepsi too. I'm not too finicky. Usually half the time wherever I am at a restaurant or something and I ask for Coke, they'll say, is Pepsi okay? And if I ask for Pepsi, they'll say, is Coke okay? So, you know, God, thank you for liking. So it's kind of funny that way. But, you know, gotta go this way. I heard a rumor that Chris was going to be doing Car Mechanic Simulator, man. That's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I want to see what it's like. You know, that game looks kind of fun. Of course, you know, we'll see. We'll see if the rumor comes true. Good evening, William. How are you? Thank you for being here. I'm a little bit early today. Thought I'd surprise everybody, and you know, I was kind of figured out my title or my poll today. Holy crap! It's all one way today so far. I thought that one would do good, but I didn't know if it would do that good. Personally, I don't know, man. Matrix 4, gonna be good. Gonna be great. Dune's probably gonna be good. Ghostbusters will probably be good with the original cast still, except for the guy that died. And of course, Top Gun. I mean, who's not interested in that? Danger Zone. So, here we are in Iberia. You know, if you're into the old trucking game, guys, I think that sale's ticking down a bit. If you want to get it yourself, there's a big sale on Steam right now. Obiba, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You'd like to watch them all? I think they're all going to be quite decent. Although Matrix 1 was super good. Matrix 2 and 3 not so super good. They're okay, but they were, you know, there's nothing that's going to beat that first one. And we got the band Keanu is supposed to be in it. Carrie Moss and Keanu are involved. Although I'm not sure what they're doing with it exactly. William, thank you for liking. They're still doing those Iberia challenges. I'm up to 13 of them, but they have to be unique cities. So I tried to pick a unique city this time, and hopefully I'll be up to 14. And I think if I'm right, I'm not sure. Maybe William knows this, but I think if it's a smaller dot, that means it's a city you haven't been to. But maybe it's a population thing. I don't know. But, you know, I don't know. We'll see, I guess, what happens if it'll be a bigger city. Brian, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Keanu Reeves is a better actor since Matrix 1. Keanu is awesome in everything he's done, except for there's a couple earlier movies that are kind of so-so, and that's probably not his fault. It's probably just smaller dots are undiscovered. Oh, okay. So I don't know if that means that some of them might be larger because I've gone past them, I guess, but the city I'm picked here is a smaller one. We're delivering used batteries because they have a need for them there. Maybe they have a recycling plant. I don't know. They're gonna make them into new batteries. Keanu is Canadian. Yeah, he's from Ontario, I believe. Pretty sure he's from Ontario. Ryan Reynolds and Seth Rogen are from BC though. Yeah, there's a lot of actors that are Canadian at one point at least. Why he's so kind? He's got a good rep, Keanu. Like, you know, there's that famous picture of him giving his seat up to some lady in a subway kind of deal. You know, and there's been stories where they're, you know, where he'll be like super nice to people, you know. But I don't know if that's a Canadian thing so much as a more of a personal thing, though, you know, because there's some, I'm sure there's some Canadians that aren't as good reputed, you know, like William Shatner, for example, is a Canadian actor too, but he's never had that good rep, though. Some people have actually had a negative impression of him. I've never met him, of course, neither of them, but you know, just from what I read, that he's got a little bit of a bad rep. But William Shatner is from a different era too, so maybe that's something to do with it. Hey Jack, how are you? I'm not really sure what that says. You have to translate that for me, somebody. If it's something bad, let me know. Maybe it's just hard for me to read on here. I don't think it's a font I recognize though. For some reason, you can't get the translation automatically on a pop-out chat. It's called when you're reading it through OBS. But we're getting places, guys. Here we're 504 kilometers away from our destination. Probably wind up sleeping here at one point, but these external contract, we don't have to worry about it. Question marks. What's my dinner? I had like a chicken sandwich. No, like kind of like a club sandwich and some fries. Why are you shy? This is so busy. Is that what it said? I'm half shy, you know, like when I did the introvert extrovert introvert extrovert scale thing, I scored 0. That's probably why I have like computer science and drama majors. There's like, you know, one's an extrovert thing, one's an introvert thing. Oh, that's what the translation said? Oh, okay. Well, thank you for translating that. You don't eat rice? Sometimes I eat rice. I mean, rice isn't traditionally something that goes with a club sandwich. You know, fries is more the main thing, you know, it's like those Pacho style fries. Hey, Call of Crafters. I actually stopped by Call of Crafters there. Oh, crap. Dude, you see that guy hit me? What the crap? And then they charged me. Thanks. Thanks, guy. It cost me $400 for you ramming into me for some reason. It's like that guy was tired of having a non-dented car. I stopped in at Call of Crafters, and then I stepped away for a minute, and then when I came back, he was done, unfortunately. So I just missed him. So I was technically in there, but I was technically not in there too. Did you see that, God? That guy rammed me. Did you see it? That was crazy. You know what they could use is they could use like a news station on this thing here. 24-hour news. Although I guess there's always that chance that you get onto those touchy subjects in the news, and then Facebook doesn't like that because there's certain things that, you know, the advertisers don't like. Did you see this guy? Rushes to get in front of me. Pretty much stops. That's a terrible merge. You saw it, Gary? That was crazy. All good. I was there. You got like a view at least out of it or whatever. Over a minute view because I was there for, I don't know. I can't remember what time it was, but it was a bit, and but I stepped away. You know how it is. You go to the bathroom or whatever. You're busy, so with you. Sorry for my. Oh, that's okay, God. I mean, that's good to it's good to have people chatting in a stream. Look at that guy hit me again, the one from behind. It's good to have chatters in a stream. It makes it, you know, then I have to talk to myself less, you know. Bump him to hell. Don't read the. That's why they say. That's why they give you a ticket in real life for texting and driving. We'll be okay though. You know, I got lots of money in the game for taking care of fines if someone bumps me. Although, you know, honestly, God, let's get honest here. That guy was gonna hit me no matter whether I was paying attention completely or not. I mean, I was paying attention. I saw him coming at me. But I mean, there's nothing I can do to get out of his way. I'm driving a semi-truck. You know, if I was driving a little motorbike, I probably could have dodged him. You know, I would do the old Matrix jump out of the way kind of thing, you know. But I mean, ultimately, these NPCs are bad drivers. There was a show on TV here called Canada's Worst Driver. They probably get on it. You got the Johnson & Johnson one-time shot. Your body aches and pains. Oh, well, at least you got the shot. You know, I've heard that with most of the shots, people can feel kind of crummy for a day or two. But that's supposedly the thing doing its job. So that's good, Carrie, in that way, you know. Kind of crappy that you don't feel great, but, you know, it's... I think it's positive, you know, in about a month or whatever, you'll be up to protection levels or whatever. You're scared? Well, God, don't be scared. You know, for any side effect that these things have, for the vaccines, the actual side effects of getting it are way worse. Can't keep anything down. Oh, that sucks. Although I think you're one of the first people that have mentioned to me that they got the Johnson & Johnson one. I've heard a few people mention the other ones. Because I thought Johnson & Johnson didn't just get approved or something? I don't think it's actually approved in Canada yet. Oh, we gotta find somewhere to sleep again. We're gonna go through the sleep dilemma again. Alright, let's check a look at the map. Don't scare Carrie, you don't wanna give them vaccine hesitancy. Different for everybody, you know, so a lot of people have said it hurts, a lot of people have said it doesn't hurt. So in fact, my mom, I was talking to her on the phone today and she said it was no problem at all. Oh, it was recently approved in the US. So is Johnson & Johnson same with Pfizer? No, they're different companies. But yeah, it is different for everybody. See, there's Call of Crafters got Pfizer. I heard the second shot's a little worse, but we got a rest stop coming up here. But yeah, it's different. Everybody's bodies are different. So, you know, reactions are different, right? The only thing you should be concerned about is if you've had allergic reactions in the past to other vaccines, and let them know, because you know, then they can make sure they accommodate you properly. You're not taking no shots whatsoever. But it is good that you took it, though. I would assume that in a month it'll be probably better. That you'll find that when all these places say you have to have proof of vaccination, you'll be happy as a clam. You know. But it sucks right now that you're not feeling good. But from what I've read, it passes pretty quickly. In general. But it is different. Everybody's bodies are different, so you know, we'll have to see when Gott gets it how he feels, you know. Nice thing about you for you, Carrie, is it's all one-time shot. You don't have to worry about taking another one in a month or whatever it is, eh? So here we go. Our guy needs some sleep so that they don't fall asleep. Oh crap, speeding. Really, 980 bucks because I was going like 90 in a 40 zone. What a rip. Did you have to wait a long time to get it, or how was the lineup? I heard one of my brothers got a shot too recently. They got the AstraZeneca one. First shot for AstraZeneca. Oops, I'm stuck. The double trailer and hooked on the gas. Oh, you got it that day. Oh, that's good. Oh, I almost got that guy. I hope this is a spot where I can park. There we go. Well, it's good that you'd have to wait too, eh? We're still waiting here in British Columbia where I live. It'll be a while yet. I think they won't be coming to my age group for another 2 months. They're slow, man. Oh crap. What do I gotta do this weird turnaround? Why don't they just go straight? Heck. So they want to go all the way back. And then flip around there. That's messed up. Let's not listen to the GPS and see what kind of trouble it gets us into. Going straight. See? Look at that dumb GPS, eh? Yeah, from what my mom was telling me is that when my brother went, if he wanted AstraZeneca, he got in pretty quick. But if he wanted Moderna, that there was like 500 people waiting or something like that. Because you go to different drugstores or whatever for them. That was really weird. It wanted me to turn around though when I could have just went straight. It was kind of messed up, eh? I guess what happened was Canada benefited a little bit because the States gave them a bunch of AstraZeneca in it, you know, because they weren't approved yet at the time. And so they gave Canada a bunch of AstraZeneca in exchange for Canada will give a later shipment of AstraZeneca back to the States. Like a trade. When your doctor gave you the shot, did they tell you to expect that sort of thing, or did they? What kind of advice did they give you? Just that you're wait it out, or that kind of thing, or what? They're doing a pretty bang up job of getting the vaccine out to people in States, though. You're so torn up and scared? Oh, really? Look at this car. What are you doing, buddy? You're gonna spoil my opportunity to pass. We got 2 trailers here, you know. He just stuck you and said I'd be okay. Oh crap! Ah! Look at that construction zone snuck up on me. You know what's really weird is I can't read the full sentence right to left now. Because I would be okay, I'm assuming had needles and shots. But it's only up to the H. There we go. Got's on quiet strike now. Got, what happened to you? Oh, you hate needles and shots. Oh, okay. Don't die. That was a close one. Although I don't think I can actually die, but I can flip my truck and cost myself a lot of dough. You know, before I crashed my truck and it cost me 75,000 bucks to fix it. I was like dodging right through traffic. I did nick somebody because I got double trailers. You know, it's hard to not hit somebody with them. Sometimes these guys slow down erratically. We're flying along here, you know, 90, and then all of a sudden the car in front of me stops and goes 30. Good thing these guys have good car insurance, eh? When we fly around, we're like knocking cars out left and right. Black Widow? But there's a pattern to the movies I picked though, Call Crafters. I was very specific in choosing. I did see Black Widow as a movie coming out, but there's something in common with all of these movies. So I was going with a theme. Black Widow, I'm sure it'll be a good movie though. This guy's hauling some big toilet paper, eh? Alright. Get past him. We don't want to look at his toilet paper. Although, you know what movie I'm looking forward to is that Free Guy. I think that'll be a pretty funny one. Because any movie with Ryan Reynolds is good. Called Free Guy. He's like an NPC in a video game, and then he realized it's kind of lame getting robbed every day and going with the flow. So he starts doing his own thing, and he's like kind of like an action hero in a way, but the company wants to take him down because he's wrecking their game by, you know, screwing up the player's experience. So I thought that one looks kind of entertaining. Plus, it's about video games. You gotta support the movies about video games. You know, I liked what series I liked briefly. I don't think it lasted very long, but there was one series where, I don't know, maybe you know the name of it, but they were in a superhero universe. It's like the DC universe, but they were just normal people in that universe, having to deal with all the damages and stuff that they were some sort of inventors of stuff, gadget inventors. They had to deal constantly with these damages the superheroes were doing. Maybe Gott knows. He watches a lot of TV. Maybe somebody knows. I don't know what it was called. Pretty good though. It's funny. Gotta go straight. Yeah, good. Because we have a double trailer, there's no backing this thing up. We got the rock guard though, guys, in case of a rock in this non-existent rock world. Yeah, I don't know what that series is called now. I'm trying to think of it, but I can't remember. Pretty good though. Wasn't that long ago. It was only a couple years ago. The one guy's Batman's cousin or something like that, but he got put in that department. So sometimes they refer to Bruce Wayne, or he's Bruce Wayne's cousin, but he's like in the other city kind of thing, not Metropolis, but the other one down the street. Did you guys see the Suicide Squad preview? The new Suicide Squad? Like a couple new characters, like a shark guy now. I just watched the preview this afternoon. Alright guys, my stream is officially started now. It's 7 o'clock. Do you know what TV series I was talking about called Crafters? Where they're the normal people in the superhero universe? And one guy's Bruce Wayne's cousin? I'm trying to think what it was called, man. It's bugging me now. You know what helps if we move faster? There we go. Them double trailers, they're heavy, I guess. Glad I started early. The boys, no, it's a little bit older. A few years old now. And it's in the DC universe. It's pretty funny though. Good. This was different, you know. I think it was around the same time all those Netflix shows like Daredevil came out. They had their own, you know. Daredevil's a pretty good series though. I like that one. I didn't like Ben Affleck Daredevil, but I like Daredevil with the new guy. That Kingpin was pretty good. I also like that Jessica Jones villain in the first one there, the guy that could make people do whatever he wanted. He seemed like a pretty interesting villain. He finally took care of the biz. Never watched the one series. Luke Cage was good. I didn't mind that. When did I have dinner? You're getting ready to have ice cream? I had dinner before I started. Oh crap, I just detached. Wrong button. Alright, where do they want it? Over there? Okay. He's honking at me because my trailer's in the way. Uh-oh, my trailer's in the way. As in... Gotta go this way. Oh, man. Oh, we hit that guy. See that? These double trailers are a pain in the butt sometimes. Let's just get hooked on the other thing, eh? No, we're good. Another accident. It's honking out there. I just had a turkey sandwich, like a club sandwich kind of thing with fries. Lattice fries. Pretty good. I liked it anyway. But we gotta make sure the places we go to are smaller dots. I don't know, they all look the same here. That 200 kilometers or more? Nope. ER, where's that? Way up there. Crap, that's quite the hike, eh? Leon. We got 14, we gotta do 6 more unique cities. This map shows the little dots, so it has to be 200 kilometers minimum. We've been there before. If we get Navia, that'd be good. Same one. Madrid, we've been to. Valadroid. Okay, we haven't been there. 500 kilometers. Used plastics as good as delivered. Once we finish this challenge, we'll be able to go wherever we want. Go to the garage is where we should go, but yeah, we're okay still, I think. As long as you don't smash into anything major, you know. If I can go up there. Alright, used plastics. Oh, hit the sidewalk. Way easier to drive without a trailer, eh? We're pretty recyclable today, hey? We brought some used batteries in. Now we're going to be doing used plastics. We're very environmentally responsible for today's session, I guess. Bringing the used stuff all over the darn place. You know, Super Cesta, Super Store, eh? Oh crap, man, this guy's being a pain in the butt. It's over there somewhere. This looks like Superstore here, eh? Or we get to drive one with fruits all over the side of it. We do! We couldn't park this thing like with a little bit of clearance in front there. But I can't drive right through that fence. But I would. Oh crap, 13% damage. What was it? Oh. I guess we can't go through there. Wong, thank you for liking. Vinicus, thank you as well. Slam it into the fence. Tough fence, eh? We seem to have gotten ourselves in a pickle. Oh, it's a double trailer we have too. That's not good. How am I supposed to turn this around? Or get it stuck. You're back. Right on. I'm stuck. Pull. Ah. Kind of tell. Current delivery will be canceled. Oh crap, really? Oh yeah, because it's a... Alright, we'll have to plan our way out of this. I thought I'd be able to go around here. Double trailers really messed me up. Reverse all the way, then turn. Can I have some ice cream, please? Yeah, you can have some ice cream, got. Look at I'm stuck in a pickle. Come on. Alright, we're gonna figure out our way out of here yet. You can do it. Not sure how to back up the double trailer though. Get it even worse situation here. So if I go right, then my first trailer goes left, I think. And then if I go left, then maybe my this will turn that second trailer that other way. Now reverse. Let's see, reload is aim. That big one's a long one, eh? When reversed, you need to turn left and right to make sure the second trailer is on the right side, then turn all the way. Gotta just stretch that a bit. Turn all the way out. My cursor, there it is. When reversed, you need to turn left and right to make sure the second trailer is on the right side and turn all the way out. Will this be enough room to flip it around though, maybe? Oh, we got trailer damage. You think I'd just be able to swing it right around now, eh? I just turned on the differentials. Don't want to move forward too bad though. You're kind of tricky with the map, though. It looked like I was going to be able to get out that way. Come on. I think once I get past a certain point, I'll start moving. Think detaching it? Oh, holy crap, dudes. Phew. If you look at the map, though, doesn't that look like you can go that way? Oh, no wonder I took some damage going up that thing. Finally, yes, finally we got stars for Star! Phew! Don't know if I can make it out of there. Thank you so much for the stars. Along with the stars. We're gonna have to go to the garage and pay $10,000 for repairs, but I went up like a steep cement barrier too, you know. Where's the exit to this place, man? Super Siesta, you're dumb. Your fence is in a bad place. Guess we could switch back to first person. GG. Oops, I clipped the wall. There's one thing in this new DLC, you don't see no freaking garages very often, eh? Turn off that differentials there. Powered our way through that one, eh? Oh crap, 13% damage. Do we still have 2 trailers? Yep. Alright, on the road again. That was a tight little turnaround back there. Good thing we're just hauling used plastics. We had a trailer full of glassware or something, that could have been a disaster. Oops. Oh, we're over here now. Scott, thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. Scott was ready for me to give up and going to get some fast food. You'll be back. What kind of fast food you getting? Make sure you get enough for everybody. We'll get the Kentucky Fried Chicken pizza from Boston Pizza, or not Boston Pizza, from Pizza Hut. You'll be pleasantly surprised. I can put pictures in my Discord for anybody that wants to see it. Although, honestly, it looks like every other pizza to me, with little Kentucky Fried Chicken pieces on it. Want some too? And my tires are red now on my truck there. It's like $8,000 or $10,000 to fix it. I think I'll get that, or Wendy's. Get the Baconator. I had like a club sandwich and lattice fries, they're called. Long, thank you for following. Much appreciated. The it was pretty good. I got some keto bread too and tried that. Not bad, you know. Keto bread can sometimes be kind of gross, but it wasn't bad. I'm not like on a keto diet or anything, but you know, if you can reduce the carbs here and there, it's always good, I figure. I did a little bit where you kind of really try to minimize that sugar and stuff in it. I think it helps a bit, you know. You know, like the Coke Zero I'm having instead of normal Coca-Cola. You love salads. What's your favorite salad got? Like, what's the ultimate got salad? What do you put on it? I'll bring back a little, bring back y'all a little of everything. Coke Zero is awesome. I like Coke Zero because it still tastes pretty good, you know. I don't mind Diet Coke and stuff like that. For other pops, I like the Zevia. The Zevia pop is pretty good because that's like made with stevia instead of aspartame. And it seems good, you know. Sprite Zero is good. I had some Diet 7-Up the other day. That was pretty good. Although, you know, it's funny how hard, you know, you go to Walmart or something, it's like super hard to find Diet Pop in cans. You know, if you want it in 2-liter bottles, you can get it, but in cans, it's harder to find. At Walmart specifically. I don't know what it's up with Walmart. It must not sell very well there or something. I'm all over the road while I have my Coca-Cola there. Seafood salad, like lobster, shrimp, and canny salad. I'm not sure what canny is, but sounds pretty good. You know, in Canada, they have this organization called Oceanwise. So if you ever go into different restaurants, you might find, especially in Western Canada, you might find that sometimes they'll have a little Oceanwise symbol beside, you know, whenever you order seafood kind of stuff, they'll have an Oceanwise symbol beside some of the meals, and that's because that group Oceanwise actually certified that the source of that that fish or whatever is from a sustainable, like a place that does sustainable practices. So I thought that was interesting. I never knew what that symbol was before, but I watched a little presentation on it, and I guess they go and they inspect things and they make sure, you know, like especially with fisheries and stuff, like salmon farms and stuff. Not very many get that Oceanwise label. You has to meet the requirements of that organization to get branded that. But they say that it's good to rotate what fish you choose because you know, sometimes they overfish certain kinds. Does Canada have Walmart? Yeah, that lattice fries I had was from Walmart. A Wally World. Although, you know, Walmart is like the big super centers or whatever. because I don't like usually going into Walmart particularly bad. But, you know, I like the pickup services and stuff because then you don't have to go inside. Walmart's always way too busy. For my liking. That's one thing I liked about Target and Target Canada and Zellers before that, is that the store was relatively quiet, which is probably why they're not around anymore. Target Canada closed after like 3 years. Because the store is just not hopping like Walmart is, because Walmart was always pretty crazy. The with the COVID, it's a little different. They you know, they keep the people to a certain level, but still, I definitely, if I go to a busy store, it's going to be Costco. Plus, Costco tends to have better worker practices, in my opinion. You know, like you see Costco workers, they'll stay there for, you know, they'll be there for like 20 years and stuff like that pretty regularly. And that's because Costco has a really good, you know, they pay their workers well. They have a good internal promotion system and stuff like that. Whereas Walmart doesn't have the best practices for employee treatment versus them, you know. Walmart kind of gets away with what they can get away with, you know. They don't really have too many full-time workers, that kind of stuff. So I try to, you know, make decisions with my wallet to support the companies that seem to have better practices. Although, you know, the thing about Costco, you go in there for milk and eggs or something, then you come out of there with $100 worth of stuff. So I mean, that's the only thing about Costco, is that they tempt you with buying a bunch of stuff, and you know, then you suddenly have 3 industrial sized ketchups and a bunch of stuff you don't need. Fire Devil, thank you for liking, much appreciated. But I do like Costco's hiring practices. Their service seems to be pretty decent, and their prices are usually pretty good. Canada is, you know, a little more expensive for things, like if you compare it to, say, an American Costco. For example, when I went to buy tires, I think they were like $1,400 or something stupid for my tires. And when I went to PAX to Seattle before, you know, I just ordered from American Costco and had the tires specified to one of the Seattle warehouses, and they were like $600. So that was a few years ago. They might have went up a bit in price, but you know, still, I mean, maybe it would have been $1,200 at the time versus $600. And I'm talking about converted too, like prices converted at the time. So it was definitely worth getting the tires when I was down in the States, because you don't have all that extra taxes when they bring it back, you know. Since I was going down to the States anyway, it wasn't a big deal. I was going to be down there a week at the time. Last time I got tires in Canada, but when the tire set before that, since I was going down to the States anyway, I figured, what the heck, might as well get them there. They're way cheaper. You're allowed a certain amount. They don't have Walgreens here, though, I don't think. That's a big chain in the States, isn't it? Past this guy. 213 kilometers left on this particularly troublesome load. Truck's gone, I guess. Once you pass them, they kind of drop right off in speed, it seems. I'm stuck in a little bit of pickle trying to get out of that one, eh? Come on, truck, let's go. Phew. Yeah, that guy was gonna make it up the hill. We made it, guys. We're going back en route here. We're gonna have to find somewhere to sleep, but burned a lot of time trying to get unstuck at the beginning. We're cruising for a bruising here. All the movies have boats now, by the way. If you were wondering. It's evening out a little bit what people are looking forward to. Quite a variety of movies on my poll today too, like, you know, depending on what you're into, you know. You know, a comedy, very serious, an action movie, you know. I guess they're kind of more tipped towards action, but all right, we're getting the places here. Look at my cool steering wheel on this thing, eh? That's pretty cool. Got like 8 million buttons. If I owned that thing in real life, I'd never press any of them, hardly, probably. Looks like they have a cassette player too, eh? Oh, we got yawns happening. We can make it. We're determined. Oh. Although maybe we should scout out on our map where we're going to be going. Yeah, we're going right by a gas station. Probably a... Well, there's a repair place. Usually they have places you could sleep. Plus we need 10,000. They're going to make some money here with me delivering this because I'm going to have to buy repairs. But we're only 125 kilometers away, so we should be able to make it. See, we got hour 14 left on the old sleepometer. Not that. A little bit over because it's at hour 33 to where we're going, but we'll make it. We'll make it, man. You guys are wondering about the music. It's just Facebook free Facebook music. If you really like it, you can go and download it yourself, even, you know, crank it up in your car. Never anybody that does that ever. Like, yeah, I could use some free DMCA free music. Where do we gotta go in this right lane? Hopefully. Don't think we do. Good thing I didn't go in that right lane. I would have went in that circle. And we would have been a couple hours late game time, although being an external contract, we don't really have to worry about that. We worry about our dude falling asleep constantly. Okay, dude, you can make it. Roll down the window. All right, here we go. Lorena, thank you for following, much appreciated. Lorena, I guess I'd probably say that. I'm driving in Spain, delivering used packaging for plastics or whatever. Before that, it was used car batteries. Very environmentally friendly here in this trucking day today. Sometimes we deliver the weirdest stuff, though. Like cyanide. We delivered some cyanide yesterday. I don't know what they use cyanide for. It's not nefarious. Hopefully it was nothing nefarious, though. You know, we don't want no virtual NPCs taken out by the virtual Secret Service in the virtual game here. Although I guess, you know, if all these video game worlds were connected through some means, you know, there's probably a demand for that sort of thing, I guess, because, you know, there's a lot of video games that would use that. They'd probably fill up barrels with it that you could shoot. Blow up the barrel. I delivered barrels before, so maybe there is a connection there. And we just figured it out. I probably have to deliver some red paint to paint the barrels. Because what's a video game barrel that's not a bright red barrel full of explosive stuff? Well, I guess cyanide's probably not very explosive, but... you know... I've delivered explosives. All the supplies for the video game world. Some video game bosses. I need like 500 red barrels. There we go. Valladolid discovered. We're turning right here. There's the gas station. They're good for gas, though. Getting tired? Okay, I gotta get rid of that message so I know where to turn, dudes. Looks like it's over here. We got a sleeping violation. Well, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, guys. Let's bring it in. Bring it home. The best is yet to come. Guy will fall asleep right before I pull in. We made it! Let's see how badly we're dinged for damage. Bitch, thank you for liking. Excellent! Guess we're okay. Got anything else? Any good ones? Oh, I guess we can't tell what cities we haven't been to. Go get our repairs though. Must up the truck a bit. Oh crap. You wonder why my truck's mussed up? 2,000-mile journey. I'm doing the Iberia challenges though, so I gotta keep within Iberia for now. I think a 2,000-mile one will have to be like a Saturday night or something because it'll take a few hours. You know, and I'd rather finish it all in one go, make it impressive, you know. There's no sleeping spot here though. What kind of crap is that? $11,000. The cyanide is used for photo development, making a paper, or extracting gold and metals from ores. Oh, there you go. So it's not necessarily nefarious, but we're in a video game world, so it's probably nefarious. Alright, where's the old sleeping spots, dudes? There's one right there. I don't know what would be faster. Think of that one. Well, at least we got repairs. Get my sweet truck from above, eh? Probably get fined a couple more times before we get there. So we better hurry. Hey, it's Bjork. You guys like Bjork? It's an army of me. An army of me. And if you say my name once more, you'll face an army of me. There happened to be a cop behind me giving me that ticket. Let's go, Bjork. I don't know any other Bjork songs, so you know, we gotta get you out of sight. Alright, this is annoying. Let's go. Should have added a horn when I was at the garage so I can be louder. My N horn doesn't work. This has got a red light. What can you do, eh? Plus there's a logging truck there too. Well, crap, Bjork, you cost me another 300 bucks. Alright, I get the point. We'll get to bed. Before we roll into this logging truck. Don't jump. Maybe this one might be easier to pull into. Let's go here instead. Crap, you can't go that way. There we go. Lucas, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. You know, though, what we can do. Time to buy another garage. Where do we want one now? St. Petersburg, how about there? And you know what you need also when you have a new garage? You need a fine Iveco truck. They don't have to be as long as they're to or from a location. That's true, I guess, eh? You can go from Iberia. Makes it easier to go to Iberia, though, if you stick around Iberia. You're stuck between two movies? Which ones are you stuck between? Alright, and you know what happens when you have a nice new Iveco truck? You need to recruit somebody to drive it. What do we got to for... Hey, look at this dude's hair, eh? Pretty cool. Although, unfortunately for you, cool hair is not a hiring methodology of mine. This guy here might be a contender. He can do explosives, he can do non-flammables, and he can drive far and breakable stuff. Merrick is on the short list here. Bridget can do roads and glass, and she's probably cheaper than Merrick because she's only got two things. Well, I think it's Merrick. This guy looks like he wants to go to Russia, though. Look at him. Piotrek. Looks kind of like he's a stern fellow. Well, Merrick, he gets to go. I don't think it matters which driver you pick, to be honest, but Eric, make me some money. Alright, we're gassed, or not, we're gassed up, we're rested up. Now we can find another contract. Check to see if we're on 15 now. Yeah, good. All right, Burgos. Where's Burgos? Too close. This one's not done yet, hey? I drive a mobile crane over there. More recruitment, the more recruits. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't ran across a recruitment agency in a while, actually. Villarreal. Villarreal. Metal centering thing. Oil filters. Is that one? Am I Capricorn? Nope. Scorpio. Do I exhibit Capricorn-like qualities? I don't remember where that one was now. Where was it? There's this one, wasn't it? Burgos. No, that was too close. Allegrasso. Scorpios are smart. He chose Top Gun, but it took a while because Ghostbusters is good too. Begin. The heck? Well, I can't even see my pole for some reason. Rolled on me somewhere. There we go. There. I had to put that back on my screen. You know, sometimes when you scroll in the game, it moves it around. Let's get out of here. We're missing Mortal Kombat in that movie. I suppose Mortal Kombat could have qualified because there was an original Mortal Kombat. Going the wrong way here, eh? Right after we repair our truck, let's just drive over a bunch of crap. That Mortal Kombat movie looks pretty interesting, though. I might use that one for a different theme, then, though. You know, there's gonna be like video game movies or something, because there's a lot of video game movies coming out these days. You know, between I think Sony signed a deal even with Warner Brothers or something. Or Netflix or something, I don't know. Look at the red light. You can't see the light. Guess it's green if that guy's going, right? Mortal Kombat movie looks really good. I like the original Mortal Kombat movie. That was good too. It had the girl from Billy Madison too, I believe. Sonya Blade. I hear construction somewhere. You can't go straight here. That would save us some time. Oh, slow down. making me take the most indirect route here. Go, pal. You can go faster than that. Phew, good thing that I kept an eye on things. Is that going to theaters at all, or is it direct to video? Oh, crap. Funny place to have your gate, making me wait on a rail while you open the gate. Alright. Waiting for the Tom Clancy movie. What's that one based on? What game is it based on, or is it anything in specific? That guy's choked if the toll booth guy's choked if somebody took his parking spot, eh? Look at this thing, eh? It's different. It's not connected to any Tom Clancy game. Maybe they just decided to make a movie. Because he did write a lot of books. Hey, we gotta grab some cars, eh? All the cars are ready. Okay, we're out of here. We're going Havoc. Thank you for the like, much appreciated, and the share. And Power Play, thank you for liking. Funny, the share didn't show up on oh crap. I almost drove onto that thing there. The share didn't show up on the OBS, but it showed up on the other one here. Open up! Grab, dudes. There we go. Maybe that movie is based on his book. Could be. Trailer was good. Always a positive thing, eh? Did you watch The Man Who Killed Don Quixote? I just watched that yesterday. That was pretty entertaining. It was on sale on Xbox. Started was daydreaming for a moment. That's right. But I was watching it on Xbox had it on sale, and I wanted to kind of watch that for a while. So I bought it for $5. That's Canadian bucks, so it's probably like $2 in the States or something. But it was a decent show. I enjoyed it. Got said he was gonna watch it. know if he did, but Terry Gilliam, that guy's a heck of a director. See, in this DLC, it feels like you're taking a while to get out of the city, eh? Rush rules. The graffiti says. Guess we will go and we'll drink our water in a minute. This crane's got to get to where it's got to be, you know. Be more centered too, eh? There we go. Why I wouldn't cut myself off for a long time there. Not a long time, but a good time. Banksy's everywhere. Got a lot of graffiti in this particular DLC. Maybe they're giving us a statement about Iberia, as the rest of Europe is graffiti free or something. Alright, we're getting places now. Guess it wants me to slow down. You know what? Thing. Couldn't do that when I'm driving. I'll glide into something, but I want to widen that. There we go. Oh crap, I did damage my car. 2%. Stop when I do that, eh? The steering wheel does vibrate when you drive. Although I turned off the engine vibration because I found it annoying. But you can have that as an option. Yeah, if you look in the options here, force feedback engine. Yeah, I turned that one off. Because it was driving me bonkers. Miguel, thank you for liking, much appreciated. Yeah, it'll vibrate when I hit bumps and crap, but just the engine when it was driving me crazy. Probably some wheels feel better doing it too. Kira, thank you for liking, much appreciated. That 12 to 9. Dustin, thank you for liking, much appreciated. We're gonna turn right up here. We got places to be, man. Start passing me. I think I didn't merge yet, eh? We're doing the Iberia challenge because we're gonna get a plushie at the end of the event for a personal goal, which is driving to 20 different Iberian cities in the new DLC. It'll be exciting. I'm sure there's all sorts of little things that each DLC they do, but you know, I'm new to the game, so this is my first challenge. I've never even driven external contracts before today. I still haven't driven trailer contracts. Maybe one time we'll have to get a trailer too, but yeah, it would feel like that is limiting, you know, I don't know. I guess it depends on the versatility of your trailer. You know, you get a good one that can haul vaccines and stuff, probably you're set. Because that's medical stuff is the good money. And distance, of course, too. Ad, thank you for liking, much appreciated. And go if you're gonna go, jeez. Right past them now. Adjust where my pedal is a bit, makes it easier for me to go full bore here. We're flying now, eh? We're getting places. What am I delivering this time? I don't remember. Oh yeah, it was a crane. Big one. Alright, so let's pass this dude. You know, I see those logging trucks all the time, but I never actually have hauled logs yet. Hey Axbing, how are you? Welcome. I saw you earlier, Axbing. You're like over in Justin's thing there when he was buying a truck. Oh crap. I'm gonna slow down. Figure out how to do this turn. Good, thank you. car there in my blind spot. Now, you know what happened before? I had double trailers and I accidentally went down one of those one time. Allie, thank you for liking. Axebang as well. Much appreciated. Axe was probably wondering, why is everybody playing this game? This isn't Minecraft. Alright. 639 kilometers to go. What's your choice today, Axebang? What's your movie you're looking forward to? Alright, let's get moving here. Dune, eh? Did you ever watch any of the original Dune? Or check out the book or anything like that? Tom Cruise all the way. You know what Tom Cruise movie is good, Kobe? Is Edge of Tomorrow. I like that one a lot. And it didn't really do particularly well for him, but it was a good show. And I don't know if I've seen any of the old Dune movies, to be honest. I remember seeing there were books and remember seeing there were movies, and I don't know if I ever actually watched them. I think I tried reading the book. But I don't think I made it through the book. I watched all the old Top Gun. Want to watch the new one. And yes, I watched Edge Tomorrow. Exceeded your expectations. It was good. I thought it was good. I thought they did a super job on it. Tom Cruise is a little crazy, but that movie was good. What was my speed here? Must be a hill or something, eh? We are flying again now. I think we're going downhill again. What was your favorite Top Gun movie? Or not Top Gun, Tom Cruise movie? All time. He's been a lot. Risky Business. Way back, you know. That was a big classic for him. Jerry Maguire. Mission Impossibles. Did a whole pile of those ones. Bob, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Show me the money! Yeah, that's probably your favorite, Axebang? Star Sender +1. It's your title today, it says. The what's that racing car movie he was in? That's kind of a sporty movie. He had a lot of action flicks too, like Jack Reacher and stuff too. He was in a Queen movie too, you know, Tom Cruise. You know that Queen movie with Rami Malek? He was that manager. You could hardly recognize him though. A little bit of trucks. Bottleneck up here. Pretty sure that was Tom Cruise and Queen anyway. 'Cause I think he was the manager. I think Tom Cruise was the guy that said that Bohemian Rhapsody was too long or something like that. Oblivion. Oh, I haven't seen that one in a while. Did you like the Queen movie? That's probably one of the best shows about a band that I could think of. That was Tom Cruise, right? He was like the manager. Darko leveled up. Have you ever seen Donnie Darko? That was a pretty decent flick. Was Tom Cruise in the Passenger movie? I can't remember if he was in that one or not. You're talking about Passengers? That was a guy from Guardians of the Galaxy and Jennifer, whatever her name is. That was a decent show, actually. Well, you're back. Did you get to see me? You were here for that part where I was trying to get unstuck, right? Other than that, it's just been normal business pretty much. I bought a garage in Russia, St. Petersburg. And we're talking about the best Tom Cruise movies. Oblivion is Kobe's answer. I really enjoyed The Edge of Tomorrow. I thought that was a good Tom Cruise movie. Unless you count Queen. Queen was really good. I passed these guys, but I got to turn. What fast food did you wind up getting? Were you baconatoring it up? Let's get past these guys while we can here. We got a turn coming up though. Only gonna get past one of them. Alright. Gonna follow this truck here, eh? Lots of traffic tonight here in Iberia. It's people have places to be, you know. They're all going places, and they gotta get on the road. Seems heavier traffic than normal. As I figure so. Got these trucks driving side by side like it's a Fast and Furious robbery. Look, there's Letty jumping across. And Girl, or whatever his name is. Fast and Furious 9 is coming out soon, though. Everybody's pumped for that, right? With some over-the-top action. Some people are thinking it'll be the last one. I think as long as it's making money, it's not the last one. Go this way before he rams me. Oh, he rammed me. See? I was going straight. That guy did a bad merge. If I'm behind them in the merging lane, they take forever to merge in. They don't want to hit anybody. But boy, oh boy, if I'm beside them when they're merging, they don't care. Like honey badgers don't care. Guy couldn't slow it down just a little tiny bit and let me pass. Trying to get out of his way as fast as I could. There's the Beko truck. $299 kilometers to go on this trip. And we'll be up to 16, I think, for the mission. Look, there's Sal in front of us. You think these drivers would steer clear of me? I'm waving all over the place. My guy's tired. Hey Florentino, how are you? There we go. We managed to miss all the momentum here, eh? Now we don't have to worry about passing them at least. There we go. Thank you for following. Is that a better angle or what? Maybe over here even more. I can see the Goodyear guy then. Oh, we can go 90 here. Straight here. Getting places. If you like the music, it's Facebook music. All free, man. Must be in the city zone, eh? We're like having to reduce to 80. We're breaking the law, breaking the law. We're going 84. Oh, we're going 80 now. Okay. There's a helicopter. I spy with my little eye. Something that flies. It's on the back of a semi-truck. $6,000 in from driver Elsie. LCS. Oh, look at this big bridge we're crossing. Knobnor, thank you for liking, much appreciated. We are cruising, heading out on the highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Most likely be semi-trucks and cars in our way. So it's like more than like what gets in our way. Turning though, that's gonna be exciting. Go down that one, that's blocked off. Gonna ask me with little cars, eh? Beep, beep, I'm a Jeep. The weather is always nice. There is rain though, sometimes. I don't know if I've seen snow. It rained though a couple times, you know, I had to put on the old wipers. But it's pretty dry climate if you look at it though. I mean, it looks like interior BC or like the deserty areas anyway. You know, Canada's hot spots. If you've ever been to Lytton, BC, that place is like super hot. It's always setting the record for Canada. I lived in Lytton, BC for a while. So we gotta go back over here. Calm town too. It is pretty relaxed considering. Boy, it'd probably be crazy driving in these cities. You can change the amount of rain. Is there snow? I assume that it's just like rains because depending where you are. Because every time I went into the Seattle area, it was always raining. It was like real life. Oh, just in mods. They need to add the snow before they add the Coquihalla. You know, have some Canadian winter driving on the Coquihalla. You want to see a gross video, man, or gross road? Look up Coquihalla Summit on YouTube. There'll be somebody with a video, I'm sure. And you know it's nuts. Man, my guy sure yawns a lot. They have the black ice in the mods. You could slide off the road all of a sudden. You didn't even see what you hit. There's a gas station there. There'll be one closer, right? Every run we're like fighting our sleep. Heck, weird road. We've just gone straight. My guy barely makes up this hill. You think there's ice included? What's up with that? Sometimes you see people driving and it looks like it's like the weird, some really weird mod, but it looks like it's like they're driving on a cliff the whole time. It's not realistic looking at all. It's just a giant cliff. Reminds me of the between Lillooet and Lytton. There's this one section of road where it's like a big rock on one side, and like a single lane and highway where it's plummeting down into a river. Reminded me of that. I never really particularly cared for driving that section. There's always rocks falling down too. Okay, our guy's like super tired now. We got 67 kilometers to go though. Check out the road here. Guess we'll do that, eh? Alright, we got a destination, sleep arranged. We wind up getting some tickets again. It's dangerous roads, it's maps that are extremely exaggerated. Oh. I don't know, it looked kind of boring the way they had it, but Holman, thank you for liking the they're just like there's a section of that reminded me of like a real road. I guess if you play the game enough, always take off fatigue. Nah, that's cheating. We're okay. It's only a few $100 usually. We got lots of dough, man. That's the cost of doing business, you know. Like these corporations in real life, you know, they'll do things and, you know, they'll put aside hundreds of thousands of dollars for court fees and whatever, you know, and fines. You know, if you think that some of these companies getting $1 million fine or whatever is a big deal to them, it's nothing because they get way more money by doing whatever it is they're doing. They'll work through it. There's a police car. He's talking to the driver there. Eddie, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We're almost there anyway. We might not even get a fine. We'll see. Probably get a fine like at 10 inches away from parking. Go, dude, move it. I'll climb up on that ladder. That'll show me. You guys falling asleep? There's the refinery there. Adds to the excitement. Yeah, I guess that's the advantage of mods, eh? You get to try these different things out. You know what adds to the excitement after so many years is having a new area to explore. Or get in there. Here, I guess, eh? The guy's keeping an eye on things, man. It's Agent 47. I'm getting tired. Well, conveniently, I'm right up at a rest stop here, dude. Well, give me the thing, though. We made it, no fines. Gonna run over a dirt pile. Oh, crash vehicle. Oh, we're pulling a van around. Oh, it's not a van. It's an SUV. We're not even on the map. Oh, crap. Some people have they'll have proper maps, like Mexico, Caribbean, more details in the Euro maps. Oh, really? Guess we should probably wait for all this traffic. I don't think the traffic's ever gonna stop, is it? Go for it. Mexico is huge. Yeah. I was in Mexico once. I went to the Cancun area. That's pretty cool. Uh-oh. There's a car there. Here's the toilet, guys, if anybody has to go. I'll just wait for you at the gas pumps right here, eh? Axman's heading to the toilet right now. Axman going to bed. Midnight in his time. Hey, you got 8 minutes, 7 minutes, Axman, till midnight. And you know what happens in 7 minutes? Axman will turn into a vampire. Or his cart will turn back into a pumpkin. This isn't gonna go well. There's gonna be some signs breaking here. Oh crap, there's a sign. There we go. Yod's in the house. Yod, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Yod is a pro at Apex. I watched him play a lot of Destiny too, you know. He knows what he's doing. Darcy, thank you for following. Much appreciated. If you ever want to get some wins on the Apex, you just convince Yod to team up with you. You know, he could probably, if I teamed up with him, even though I've never played Apex before, I would have full expectation of getting a chicken dinner or whatever the heck it's called in Apex, the first game. Because Yod has he carry the team. And I'd be asking him how to load the gun or something, you know. I did play one round of PUBG when it first came out, and while I was playing, I literally had to look up how to load the gun. Like I googled how to load the gun. I wound up placing second, actually. I did pretty good on it. I got lucky, I think. The thing that killed me was the circle closed. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I'm doing good, thank you. I am doing the deliveries here. We're getting things delivered. Although we really got jammed up in a pickle earlier there. I double trailer jammed myself into a corner. I'll also make a highlight of that one or something on the old YouTube or something. Yeah, by the time I realized that the air was killing me, I was like, it was too far away to be able to get back into where you could be safe. That was my experience with PUBG, that's it. You ever play PUBG, Yod? I don't know if I've ever seen you play it. You'd probably be good at it. I mean, the concept is all the same for all those games, really. Just a slight variance, you know, that you gotta get used to. Oh, you haven't, eh? You could probably do the PUBG mobile here on Facebook and you'd have 10,000 people watching you. You'd be cleaning up. And that's the most popular game, I think, on Facebook Gaming. We'll download the simulator so you're still able to use a controller. That one has a big wheel, eh? Must be getting close to where we're parking it. Oh, this is gonna be a hard one. Right by the ocean. So... Oh, how am I gonna get that in there? Holy crap. That's not gonna be pleasant. I think I gotta go in backwards or something, eh? I don't know if I can do that one right now. The other trailer's right in the way. Yeah, I don't know, I'll just skip. I think I would have to back in there or something. Alright. We got 16 Cruising Iberia live events so far. We just gotta get 4 more in. So let's see what else there is. In external contracts, we have to go to a city that's a smaller dot within this province here. Or else just Canada. I've lived in Alberta and I've lived in BC. And that's it. A lot of work to move to other countries though. Some people do it, but so we don't want to go all the way to Edinburgh. Madrid we've been to. That one's too close. That one's already been, we've been to there. We had into a place with a small dot. There's that one. The small dot? That one will work. Maybe we could transfer, or we could transport a transformer more than meets the eye. Have you lived in multiple countries, Kristen? Oh, it's a close one now. It looked like originally one of them was running away, but now it's like all of them are within a couple boats. Oh, we don't want to go into the edge of that truck. Oh, just the U.S.? Have you lived in multiple states? Alberta and BC are quite different in terms of when you live in Alberta and BC. Because Alberta is very, very cold in the winter. Like, I'm talking like minus 40, kind of cold. You know, like Chris Boucher, who was here earlier, he lives in Alberta, and he sent me a picture of the snow today in Alberta. So he got some snow. But you know, there's a lot of times in Alberta where when I was living there, my car wouldn't start with a crap. Sometimes we get cold here, you know, like minus 20 and stuff like that, with wind chills and minus 30 and stuff. But overall, it's way warmer here. You know, we'll also get about 10 degrees higher Celsius in the summer too. You know, like it's not uncommon for, in my area, 40 degrees Celsius weather. Whereas, you know, it was generally around 20 in Alberta is normal. But where I live, it's kind of like in an area where it's kind of on the tip of the Sierra Desert. So it's like a little bit hotter in my area. Like there's a stretch of the interior that's in kind of a deserty area. In fact, they even have a lot of westerns filmed in the area because of that, because it looks like deserty. I think, what is it, The Stand or something like that just came to Netflix, the Stephen King thing? That's filmed in the general area too. Most recent one that was in the area too was I was like, crap. We were in the area where the recent what's that show called with the green, the yellow, the blue, Power Rangers. The recent Power Rangers movie was filmed in the area. The A-Team remake, the A-Team movie, that was filmed in the area. So like you could see the deserty kind of area in those movies. And it's funny, if you go a couple hours one direction, you'll get into like all the lake country touristy kind of areas. And then you go the other way, you're getting into the ski hills. So it's like, you know, what would be more perfect for a game like Forza Horizon than that, eh? Hey, look, it's the area where we slept before. But yeah, like, I had a trivia question on my Mixer stream before. It was like, what place is considered colder than Mars? And this was an official thing. Like, it came from an actual research thing. And in Edmonton, it's considered colder than Mars. Sometimes. John with the stars for star. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. All right, here we go. Let's open this gate. Yeah, it's kind of weird though. You know where I live now, you have to like you gotta go maybe 8 shovels, 10 shovels at most, where you have to, you know, maybe 3 hard shovels. Maybe more, I don't know. Not too bad though. I feel we gotta go on the other side. Oh, heck, that freaked me out because it looked like it was zooming into something. Yeah. When you're in Alberta, your shoveling snow a lot. There we go, folks. We got it. We're hauling it. What is it again? I don't remember now. Transformer, more than meets the eye. Autobots and Decepticons. Sure you appreciate that jingle, eh? Well, it could be worse. It could be da 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 da. Okay, Transformer. I wonder which one we're hauling. It'd be funny. It'd be a funny little Easter egg if they had you haul a Transformer, and when you went to pick it up, it was like a VW Bug or whatever. Optimus Prime, like the semi truck, the old red semi truck. Whatever this Transformer is, it's quite heavy. Car's coming, I better get going. Probably slam into me if... Oh, they slammed into me. Darn bus. I swear he's farther away than that. Objects may appear closer than they... Or objects in mirror are closer than they appear. This is why I need repairs every so often. NPCs are a little smashy. We're cruising. Look at this. We're hitting it. We got our hockey man truck. Things are moving. We're moving. Still a tie for the lead, guys. On the pole. Interesting, you know. I didn't think it'd be that close. But it's close, man. Anybody's game here for the most anticipated movie among those movies. Don't forget to vote. If you haven't followed yet, please follow. It'd be appreciated. And of course, like and share. Always good, helps it out, you know, tells everybody, hey, check out this guy. Hey. Oh, that's how some people say it in Canada. Not everybody. Some. There's some Canadian accents you can't even understand them. I'm in British Columbia, so I think British Columbia is pretty easy to understand. We actually have Hollywood North is the term. Film a lot. We film a lot about disaster, fire, flood, and killer bees. About disasters falling in the seas. Alright. I was an extra in a movie once. A show. TV show. Pilot. Oh crap. Speed it. 2,500? Crap. And that guy nailed me. Because it switched from 90 to 40. I tell ya. A rip. What a rip, man. Going speed and 50 over the speed limit when there's a police guy right beside you, I guess. We're working it up this hill. Nice view over there, though. Look at that city, eh? Looks like there's a Death Star up there, but that's really the ball that's in my truck, or like a little decoration from Rocket League. Not sure what the connection is between. The city looks huge, eh? Rocket League and these guys, but you know. Edwin, thank you for following, much appreciated. Kind of a crazy song playing, eh? You don't like the music, the next song will be different. Just random Facebook music. That song was brought to you by Facebook. That's one of Mark Zuckerberg's personal favorites. I think he likes that one. Not sure actually what Mark Zuckerberg would rock out to, but I imagine that's got to be one of them, right? Right in the Facebook music collection. Maybe he was even involved in that one. Imagine. Well, sometimes celebrities have their own music thing, you know. Keanu Reeves is in a band called Dogstar. Even the former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, was in a band. He was like singing Sweet Caroline. You know, Sweet Caroline. No. I'm sure all the Sweet Caroline fans were very impressed with his fine performance. I don't know if the current guy, JT, there is in a band or not, but he might have been at some point. You never know. Maybe he's in like a rock and metal band or something, you know? Grunge band. He'd be probably the grunge band age, though, you know. He's in Star Wars too, eh? He even dressed up like, him and his family dressed up like Star Wars characters on Halloween the one time. Lucas Schwan, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Alright, we're getting places. 300 kilometers to go for this one. I think they messed that wall up, eh? Well, you could say they improved it. One of the two, I guess. Depends on your viewpoint. If you're the guy that has to clean graffiti off the walls, you probably wouldn't like it. You're in the graffiti task force in this DLC. It might not be for you. Let's gun it, man. 90. Oh, it's just my knee there. There we go. That's the pedals too a bit. All right. 289. 287. 286. You guys have any favorite traveling games? No one ever really tells me what their favorite traveling game was. You know, I remember having the like, little travel board game or whatever it was. That was pretty cool. A little crossword, or not crossword, the find a word. Holy crap, man. This is the highest speed I've ever gone, 108. Usually can't crack 90, but man, this slope must be good. That's the record, the world record for star flying on my stream here. 108. I've never gone that fast before. It was amazing. I'm pretty sure that said 108. Oh crap, where we gotta go? In here, I guess. Going in the tunnel. The Cave of Time. I should do that sometime on streaming. Read the Cave of Time to you. That'd be cool. I have like 140 Choose Your Own Adventures. I used to really enjoy that back in the day. Choose your own adventures. There was a contest Choose Your Own Adventure had at one point where it was like you could write a Choose Your Own Adventure and you just sent in like a self-addressed stamped envelope, I think it was. Might not have been, but I think it was a self-addressed stamped envelope. And they sent you a little mini booklet called How to Write a Choose Your Own Adventure. I bet you that thing is rare as crap, and I still have that. The thing about Choose Your Own Adventures, you know, there's a few books I'm missing here and there, and once in a while, you know, maybe I might fill a couple of the holes. Not that I read them, but I mean, it just seems weird to be missing some. You have to really watch out, because even though I have like 1 through 90 continuous or whatever, you have to watch because they actually republished the series. So some of them will be the same, like Cave of Time and that, Journey Under the Sea or whatever, right? And then some of them they changed. It might not be the same book. Oh crap. Oh, really? We barely touched them. Cost me $400. Why is he so slow? I guess we've hit him now, so let's just push him. I don't see a dent at all, man. And look at, there's not a car in sight. Why was he stopped there? My disappointed face. Gaurav, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Hope you had a good weekend. Moon Day coming up. 190. 190, dudes. I don't know how long the vet, how long you have till. We're getting close though. We get the couple more cities in. We're gonna be at 220. Guys didn't stop like that in the middle of the road. Nobody was there, you know. Like, take off, eh? Alright. We're making it. We're making it. We're making it. Can't believe it. It is 90 kilometers an hour again. We got 169 left on this trip. Music there for you guys, because this ain't my kind of music. My kind of music would scare you away. If you want to go in my Discord, go to the music section, you'll find some of it. Mr. Bungle. Some people really like Mr. Bungle though. You're very cool, of course. Although I like all Mike Patton music. And the guy goes from opera to screamo to pop, metal, whatever. He's very versatile. So I gotta turn here or what? It's not very clear. Alright. There's an artistic dance for you. Oh crap, I better slow down. I'm gonna ditch out there. Phew, that was close. I can't even go truck, otherwise it aborts the mission because I'm doing external contracts. All right. $112 kilometers to go, 110. Man, this truck is struggling here. Must be going uphill and heavy. La 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 la. Oh crap, was I supposed to go or no? Good. Alright. Portolano discovered. We've got 84 kilometers to go. Holy camoly. By the way, if you're wondering what kind of wheel I'm using, I am using a Logitech Momo steering wheel. A Logitech Momo steering wheel. Maybe one day I will upgrade to like a 923 or something. If you happen to be representing Logitech, feel free to hook me up. Amazon wishlist is exclamation Amazon. Logitech Momo is actually a steering wheel. It's held up pretty good. It got released in like 2005. They don't make them anymore. But it seems to be holding up well. So like if you want the wheel experience, probably find one used somewhere, you know, for a pretty decent deal, I would think. At one point, it was like the best wheel on the market, even. Of course, you know, it's not got quite the turning radius the newer ones have, but I mean, it still does the job, obviously. You can see, you know, I'm moving around. What you have to do is download the 510 software from Logitech. Whoa, really swung there. What if I clip something? We're hauling a transformer. More than meets the eye. You know what we can do? Let's sleep. We don't have to search around. Not exactly sure how to get there though. Maybe we gotta go in here. Drive on the sidewalk. Smash the bus when we go by. Smash that bus. This probably wasn't very good economically. There we go. We found the parking spots though. We did it. You know, it probably helps a lot that I can see now. Crap, what's going on? We took like the hardest route in. The road's not totally clear how to get in there though. Look at all the garbage, gross. Get out here. Crap. There we go. Only cost us $800 to stay there because of double accident. So now we got daytime drive. We can see the nice scenery. What's that thing? A statue? We're getting closer. The speed limits are lower here. All right, pass into this lane here. All right, so we are flying, guys. 17 kilometers. We'll have another delivery in. Much to the dismay of all these delivery companies. They didn't think we'd make it, but we did. Well, thank you for following. Much appreciated. Maybe I thanked you earlier, I'm not sure. Do. Look at that. You a dad real discovered. You know, there's not a lot of external contracts going into Portugal, though, is there? It's all like Spain. Eden 47 is ready for us there on the right. Oh, this is gonna be a weird park. Here we go. Can do it. Can't, we can't. I mean, that can't be too bad, right? Oh, I crashed into something. I don't even know what I hit. Or whatever it was, we're past it now. Long trailers are kind of hard. It'd be nice if I could see where I'm trying to go, though. Is it slightly to the right of that? Well, that's what we hit earlier. It looks like it's right beside that, though. There, right there, maybe. See where it is, right there, eh? Here, it crashed into something again. I think it's like that. Except I gotta swing a little bit over. Man, this is a brutal park job. There's a pole there, that's the problem. We might be close here. There we go. Excellent! There should be extra bonus for being such a troublesome load. You got 17. We want to get to a little dot. That looks like a little dot. Chicken meat. And it's right here. We don't even have to leave. We are ready. It's gonna be magical. That chicken meat is as good as delivered. Get out of here before anybody notices who they gave this contract to. Oh crap. Well, that didn't go well, did it? Okay, there's no pole there. Shotgun's out then. I don't even see what it's that last pole, I think. Trailer damage. There's another pole underneath that. Doesn't move it at all, eh? I'm gonna try something here. Is that gonna work? Oh, that worked! Like shift the trailer over slowly. Alright, let's get out of here. Magically cheat the trailer over. Don, thank you for liking and following. Much appreciated. A little bit low though. Move that up. Stuck on every pole there. That kind of sucked. Oh, I just unlocked the differential. There we go. Man, I can't believe it. If you guys are wondering what's going on here, I'm in an event. And this is for everybody who has the new DLC. So you can see that there's an event for cruising Iberia. So it's in a browser page. But you get some stuff if you'll be concluded in 11th of May. So, I mean, we got time, but we're just about done the event because we're like 17 out of 20. Collins, thank you for following. Much appreciated. So we just have to do 2 more after I finish this one. 2 more to cities that are unique by 11th of May. And then we'll have the personal goal. It's pretty awesome. We could have made it like 2 days, eh? I probably would finish tomorrow sometime. And 2 more trips. Has to be unique cities, otherwise I would be done already. So I did a couple that I've, done deliveries to before. Now we're making the ground up. We're getting stuck at the beginning there. Let's go 90, man. We're gonna get cruising. We're getting places. You know it. You don't even have to hunt down a place to sleep this time. We're flying. We're delivering canned chicken. I think that's what it was. Okay, check. Chicken meat. Probably canned, right? Could be frozen, I suppose. Alright, so 420 somewhere, right? Kilometers to go. Zach, thank you for liking, much appreciated. All right. There's another city we're going by. Saskia is making 12 grand for us. I think she leveled up too. Goes to 80 for 1 second. Now it's back up to 90. Now it's 80. Have to make up its mind, I guess. Chika, thank you for following, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. We are doing the Iberia challenge right now. I'm working on the 18th one right now. Got 20 different unique cities. Matthew, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Got a little stuck at the beginning of this trip. Stuck on the poles. Managed to get out of it though. It was a sticky situation. One pole, or those are the toughest poles ever. Trailer was stuck on it. What sort of wheel? This is the Logitech Momo steering wheel. An older wheel. It used to be at the top of the line at one point, but it's old now. But I had it in my closet. Figured I'd pull it out and check it out, see if it worked. and you know, it worked fine. Logitech 510 software, and then it worked even better. PC, yeah, the PC wheel. Not available anymore, but I mean, if somebody doesn't have a wheel, I'm sure they could find it on like the Facebook Marketplace or eBay or something like that for a pretty decent price. Make sure you get it with the pedals too, right? You don't want to just get the steering wheel. Seems to do the trick. Eventually it'll upgrade, you know. Once goal number 1 is when I get lots of stars, I'll pay off my keyboard that I bought. And then goal number 2 is I'll probably start working towards, you know, upgrading to the new 420, no, the 923 wheel. That one's like compatible with the Xbox and PC. Looks like it's a pretty decent wheel. I mean, like Fanatec wheels look pretty awesome, and some of those sim wheels, but you know, they're a little bit crazy priced. So I learned, don't run over these green poles. The trailer gets pretty stuck. See, this guy's not letting me in. See these jerks? When I'm beside them, like opposite, they would just jam right into me. Or if I'm behind them, they'd wait forever to go. You'd have to go for D290 or the 29, yeah, G29, right, for PS4. That's kind of the equivalent of the 921. I mean, I don't play a lot of games that demand a wheel on the Xbox, but it'd be nice to have that option. I have the Series X. Eventually I'll get a PlayStation 5 as well, but bugger, those things are hard to find. But the Xbox being the little slightly better spec-wise console, I think it's probably better to go for that one anyway. I mean, the only thing different would be Gran Turismo, but I haven't played Gran Turismo in years. But it's nice to have it for both if possible, but I don't think there's an actual universal wheel that does all three. $250 kilometers away. We're delivering chicken meat or something. Lots of it. We're double trailered and everything. Alright, we made it past that guy. No matter what, our guy gets tired, eh? Well, we can make it 250. 215, 200 kilometers approximately. We're making it. Might as well be in an airplane. We're going so fast. We are flying. Pretty comfy chair I'm in. I'm relaxed. Just have the wind not hitting my hair because my guy's inside a truck. I wouldn't mind playing a good motorbike game though. Like that Ride 4 looks pretty awesome. I used to really enjoy Road Rash back in the day. That was an awesome game for motorbiking. I think Ride is probably looks like the most sim-like racing game for motorbikes anyway, but I could be mistaken. Lots of car games available. All right, 160 kilometers to go on this particular jaunt. We should be there pretty quick. We are cruising through Iberia, doing the challenges. Once I finish the challenges, which ultimately will probably be tomorrow, then I'll start cruising everywhere again, I think. You know, taking the jobs that pay good and continuing to build the business rather than trying to get ones that are, you know, just good for hitting certain cities kind of thing. Because I mean, ultimately this isn't the best money sometimes because you're picking whichever cities haven't been explored yet. Guess we gotta go over. They want you to explore the cities and you have to do external contracts for this. I mean, I have till May, but by doing it like focused like this, it gives an opportunity to really check out Iberia, which is nice. Although the external contracts have been really heavy oriented towards Spain and not Portugal. And sometime we'll have to check out the trailer stuff, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's that much extra money or anything. Probably extra backing up though. We're within 100 kilometers now. That blue car hit me. I swear he's pouring up back. I've been clean driving tonight. You know, I've gotten to at least one accident every particular delivery. Multiple accidents sometimes. You watch the VOD, there'll be a couple of pinches I was in. If you're interested, YouTube will probably be a good place to look tomorrow once I make a clip, because I'm probably going to make a clip of when I got really stuck with a double trailer behind the old food store there earlier today. Thinking that'll be probably a good clip. And maybe the TikTok. The links are in the description, because I think those would be good. That one clip with where I get stuck, I think that probably will be a good TikTok, but we'll see. It'll be different, but if you want to check those out, links are in the video description. Feel free to follow and subscribe. It's free to do those. If you feel like subscribing here, of course, is not free, but you know, it supports via stars and supporter status here. And if you do it from a computer, 100% goes towards the creator. And if you do it from a phone, about 70% goes, because Apple takes a cut, you know. And of course, you can always use stars as well to support if you like, or you know, watch for free. It's awesome too. Hanging out, spending some time here. I mean, that helps too. You know, time is awesome. You know, you might watch an occasional ad, but you know, that's awesome. Maybe you might find something you like too. Alright, let's get past this dude here. He just kind of jumped out of my way, that's nice. Vitas? Hey, they're shipping the Vitas, I guess. I don't know which one to go here. Like to the right? I don't think it's the one that's to the right, right? That's going backwards. So we're 7 kilometers away from our destination. So that's pretty awesome. Salamanca covered. Funny how they have the gas stations and rest stops separate here. We got double trailers, so this one's not an option. One over there, eh? And we did it! 18. I think. Excellent. There we go. 2 more. We'll do those tomorrow, I think. Let's check out our drivers. Nobody needs training. Everybody's balanced. He's long distance, but he's not filled up yet. Oh, they're balanced. Long distance first there, buddies. We got 393,000 bucks, so let's get another garage. Where do we want to go with this one? Denmark, eh? That one's nice and central. Sweden. Back to Joel. Copenhagen. Go Copenhagen. By a truck. I don't know what the best one is. This one here, 200 grand. It's like a pretty cool truck. All right. You guys new? Lots of drivers here today. Maybe these are like the software developers or something. Well, I guess, sir, maybe, eh? Do some fragile. Well, he can do too, but still cheaper anyway. Fat seeing. Thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. Right, Ida, go to work there. And train on long distance. There we go. Star Trucking's an empire here. Dave, thank you for following. Much appreciated. We got our garage manager here. This is starting to compete with me. 20,000, I'm making 32,000 daily profit. This garage is jam packed, full size garage. Could actually make my garage bigger one day. Maybe we'll do that. Upgrade. Oh, 180,000. I don't have enough. That was only 100 grand. There we go, guys. We're rocking though. The world map. Exploring this place. If we can get one contract down here and one over here, that'll wrap up the challenge for the other one, you know, for the Cruising Iberia live event. But you guys, I gotta work tomorrow. So let's review the poll. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Be appreciated. If you hit like and share, even if you're watching the video after the fact, it still helps a ton. And of course, if you want to check out my YouTube, I make a link there, like a clip. TikTok, I make clips kind of thing. Andrea, thank you for liking. So feel free to check those out. Links are in the video description. So I don't know if you voted yet, Andrea, but you get your vote in, you have an opportunity to break the tie, because there's a tie for first and a tie for second. So right now it's like totally even. So if you want to get a vote in, feel free, and then I'll read off the results. But anybody else who wants to vote, you have your opportunity to break some ties. Otherwise, I'll just read in just a second here, and then that'll be the results. But thank you everybody for being here. Sean for the stars, Wong for the stars, House of Hydra for inviting viewers to join the stream, the folks who shared the stream there. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Anybody who liked and who participated in any fashion, whether you chatted or hung out or even just voted. So that's awesome. But here we go, guys. Here's the results. Somebody did just break the tie. So in number one position, with 36% of the vote, Top Gun Maverick, the most anticipated upcoming movie out of these four. Matrix 4 is number 2, 32%. Just got edged out. The other two were tied too just a second ago. Dune took 18%, and Ghostbusters took 14%. So it was all by just a narrow margin. So that's pretty interesting. That was an exciting poll. You see what people thought there. I thought for a while Top Gun was gonna run away, but it actually got really close between that and Matrix. But thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, I didn't know you could change the vote. There you go. That must have been why the vote changed. Okay. Sense. But yeah, thank you for participating, and everybody have a good night. I stream every day at 7 o'clock Pacific time, so feel free to stop by tomorrow or in the near future, whenever it's good for you. Have a good night.